He's all legal now, licensed up, I think. No, he's still working on the license, so he should be licensed by the end of the day. He was having some struggles. He definitely got the power, but he only run a 620 last event. He's going to try and hit it harder out the whole year. Yeah, looking for a 3-0. I love a guy that teaches his combination. I don't know. At 107 for Chevy, put in the number 75. Final call, 777-701-750. Final call, 777-701-750. replicate that here. He'll be number one for sure. Second generation racer. Louise slot car race 20 years ago. So she comes by honestly. Slot car morning still going on in Hamilton or
Check it out on YouTube. We got NC Pro Moto over there on the track side, and up on the top of the tower, we've got Toronto Motorsports Park for y'all over Mopar Road. Shootout. So if you go and you comment, Tower side, Ryan Fogan on the pink machine, Pepto-Bismol. Sponsored by Trevor Snyder, Macro Tools, A&A, and John Bear. Cam McKinnon out of Peru, out of Paris, with the Suzuki BSXR 1000. All right, we don't know who sponsors this, so it's open for sponsorship. Joe Van O, that's what it's called. Road nitrous purge out of the mirrors. Who's that? Is that the Joker over there? Yeah, that looks like the silly. Hope Racing Tools. Great sponsor. Road Hogan out of Caledonia. High Eights and Junior Newbies. High Eights and Junior Dogs is to the ladies crew is now. Thank you. Thank you. Many thanks. The selling parts at the back with that nitrous explosion. Silly's an interesting dude. He owes me dinner. If you see him, just tell him he owes me dinner. He'll tell you why. And save his ass. Alright, here we go. Broken on the tower side. The Silly. He's got the Suzuki under his butt now. He went 17 a couple of last weekend, I guess. That's 7-0, take the strike, you're on to the next round. Sounds racer. He'll race that thing in the Stalks and Superstock track. He races in heads up. He doesn't care. He wants to get into junior class, but they won't let him. Too many cylinders. All right, Chris Hall from the new generation Mustang, Action Sport Bar. Speaking of wily veterans, Tony Spook from the Zoot Sloop machine, and Bob Turner. Bob's been around forever, OSCA days. I always remember announcing Bob Turner. Got to keep an eye on Speedy Pete. Remind him when he gets down there that there's people waiting to race. I know he's mad. Rolling it in. The Killer Bee taking on the LS Mustang. Order.
750 brought to
Kid took over and rocked on.
Yep, kid took over, was going around.
He's lost around.
Winning trophies he has, he's undefeated at this point. Yeah, he's racing career. Doug was going around. Yeah, 75.
Coming up now in 53 seconds.
This is your undefeated young man here in the left lane.
This is an old build. This car has been owned by several people, several colors. It was originally built by Gary Archer. It's a lot of way back.
Mike over here to Marco in the far lane, waits patiently with the pre-seat.
This kid.
Big breakout in the far lane.
Number one qualifier, Brian Reed. So
He's
Brian,
good.
He is. Doesn't know enough not to do what's wrong. He's got a clean slate for to be taught. Not yet. So again, check out YouTube if you're sitting there with your phone with nothing to do, and we have CHU live stream from the roof and from NC Pro Motor down there. Go see NC Pro Motor's got the neatest t-shirts in the booth. Help them go back to the States a little lighter. Alright, we are into High H Bikes Juniors. Katie Shaw on her BMW, she's been testing a ton of that bike, and Mike Pereira was also testing a bit yesterday. Katie out of Waterdown, Ontario, Michael Pereira. GSXR, no, Hayabusa. And he comes up farther and gets his in blue. Sled 60650 to the lanes. Mike and Sled 60650 to the lanes. High H and Junior, final call. Final call, Juniors. Mike and Sled 60650. On an 890 index for Mike Pereira. Up next. White Jesus, Gary Blue, Cayuga on the right-hand side, looking on Brian Davis at a Dunville with the Hayabusa on the tower side. Kawasaki in right, Hayabusa in left.
bikes. We got Landon Swain in the far lane. Darren Johnson, Bullwhip Darren Johnson here in the left lane, purging the nitrous on his 2011 Kawasaki. Junior Dragsters brought to us by Priority Collision and O'Hara Farms. My bad, we got one more bike. I didn't see him.
Final call, bike and sled 60, 650. Final call, bike and sled 60 and 650 to the lanes, please. That's Shootout Specialized Lubricants, and they also sponsored the right-hand lane here at Cayuga. So we want to thank the folks, fine folks at Shootout Specialized Lubricants for all they do. Of course, and don't forget about the priority. Drags. I don't remember. Coming out of Cayuga. Junior roadster here last week. Right now for the Knights Nationals. Mason early on the outside out of Cayuga. Captain Sloan from Dinosaur Hunter. That son of a gun is all about. Looks like we just got one junior dragster left. Yeah, you know it. Tiberius coming out now. He finally got it figured out. He was going 787 after 787 yesterday. He's going to slow it down to 790.
Step winger back up in the left lane. Turbo assisted. 5 is taking on Mike Pereira out of Stony Creek. Mike Pereira was going a lot of rounds last race on his Amazon Primer. 09 Hayabusa. Adam, the guys in back with the right lane on the lazy flips. Now taking on just like that, we're already in the high speed. Firebird, powered by a 350 Chevy, the 85 mil turbo.
In the other lane, a 1972 Vega Royal CC Vegas and Petros. Mustang Telesire out of Thunder Bay, going to take on Chevy Lightheart out of Wallenport with his S10.
Chevy's looking for a big improvement here. Was only able to run a 645 on his last pass. Bristol driving the Blueberry Mustang GT.
777 index 70750. 777 index 70750.
Christmas, 613.
You should go to 650.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. I would if I were him, but I'm not him, so I won't.
The turbo that big, you'd be ashamed to run 650. Speaking of 650, high-speed turn pro. Brown box now. Here comes Key Hill with a beautiful 66 Newton. Over there in the big to back. Kirby's sitting number 2. Lucas sitting number 11, dead last. Pair of boosted box body steer, pro-charged in the left lane, turbocharged in the right.
Slowly creeping the beams. ICD insurance broker 650 coming in right now. Canada heads up.
side, taking on his brother, Will Kogan.
Alright, I gotta announce the bar is open, folks. There it is, open for business. Back to the racing, Nate.
It's 11:01 a.m. That means you need to be at the bar getting a beer.
That's right.
My grandma would be disappointed if you weren't at Slick's bar getting a beverage right about now.
Don't want to disappoint Grandma.
It's her birthday yesterday, so her wishes.
Will Fogan Jr. on the tower side taking on Ryan Fogan on the right-hand side on Pepto-Bismol. Yes, our bar is open and so is our food booth.
Ryan Fogan's going number 3 with that 796. All right, Vasili's going to back up his bike nice and slow as he does. Big purge. Out the back. First call juniors, high eights, been called, final call, first call juniors. All right, Murray. Just in time to make that hit.
Side and his sponsor, SN95 Mustang of Brendan Meisner, gonna go back in the water box for another drill.
This is ICD Insurance Broker 7-0 Index, sector round qualifying.
Small block Ford's going at it here, 302, and a 347 on the tower side. For Bob Turner.
Stage number 5.
Jimmy Tapano and the little red Corvette, wrestling red. Another member of his family, humor in that, for a number of years he had stood to but I was in talking with him, so I must have a photo. Oldsmobile, we don't get very many of them. We have an Oldsmobile Cage, Oldsmobile Club, rents the track for a day.
Very classical matchup here.
Tony Sloop, the C10, and the Hitman, Glenn Tolby, 68 SS Big Block Chevelle. unbelievable. Braden Reed is just knocking them down. Taking on White Jesus. Oh my goodness. Blue out of Cayuga on the right-hand side. The white bike on the right-hand side. Get it right, Bonner. It's a Kawasaki. Tower side, King Sean, a Bavarian motor worker on the machine, a BMW on the tower side. She's getting ready. New bike for Katie. Just licensed on it. Right in the park. Mike Pereira and Brian Davis. Brian in the right-hand lane. Schaefer's specialized lubricants lane. Boy, is that a mouthful. Hayabusa's a pair. Our bar is open since our trackside beer garden is open, and our food booth, our award-winning food booth. I'll tell you what the award was. Best pickles. Best pickles. All right. Girlfriend, look at that. Darren Johnson in the other lane, the bull, the whip, out of Cayuga. All right, Landon Swain's been going quicker and quicker, as Nate would say, Fletcher.
Jim Marshall in the far lane waiting.
All right, 40 gets forward. There goes the number 1 right there, and Tim Marshall. Who painted it, you know? Are you kidding? Self-painted by Drew, Diamond Drew. He's got another talent. He painted this car. It was another red, but kind of a darker, more ugly red. This red, honestly, it was not the most beautiful red. And he painted it himself. Boy, I gotta have a word with that boy. You gotta be careful with the quiet ones, eh, Sean?
Yeah, beautiful.
No, he missed.
65 with a 3 at 122 for Drew.
Swing and a miss for Diamond Drew. Car looks great though. Best appearing right there. Best appearing Thunderbird for sure. All right, bar is open. Delicious adult beverages at the ready if you're of age and you consent. And our food booth with all kinds of good stuff. There's a drone just over my head.
Yeah, big thanks to all of our American competitors who raised the journey across the Canadian border to come here and race with us today. Really appreciate all of you.
Wow!
Holy smokes, Jake Blaine hanging the hoops for 700 feet!
Easy,
What a
700.
show! Man,
Wow.
416 on the back tires for Jake Blaine. Unbelievable. Look at Phil Riddle running a 404. I didn't even look at that car the whole pass. Holy smokes, he just kept, the front wheels kept getting higher and higher. Oh! Oh, I need a breather after that, folks.
That's
oh
exactly
my
what's
goodness.
I got a racer in need. I got a racer in need. Ernie Graziano needs a thermostat housing for a big block Chevy. Thermostat housing for a big block Chevy. Ernie Graziano needs it. Help.
Man, that was just the first pair. We got more Pro 10-5 coming at you. Check out Mauro Caringi here in the left lane. Taking on none other than Lil Ricky Carlos. Pair of bad Jovano body 69s.
Body lines on these cars. Entering in the sport. Got his teeth on the old Outlaw Post Stock days.
Yo. Oh, okay,
Yeah, Lil Ricky, this is his first season out with the car being rebuilt. We saw them laying down consistently quicker passes each time last event. Lil Ricky, he's going to be right up there with everybody else. Mauro Caringi in the close lane. Twin turbo Dune and Hemi. Far lane, you got the Pat Busey built big block Chevrolet. Nice
I guess it might be better today. Oh,
on, we need you. All right, little Ricky Carlos. Big purge of the nitrous in the right lane. Ridgey's ready to go. Patiently waiting at the beams.
Bike and sled 60650, final call. Bike and sled 60650, final call to the lanes, please. Racer in need. Ernie Graziano needs a cinema stat housing for a big block Chevy. Let's help the man out. Mine are in my other pants. Going on down there, we got a bit of and over control.
What a great pass for the team there. Ricky Carlos, 426 at 174.
Excellent. Track's got teeth.
Suzuki Hayabusa rolls her out past the beams into that fresh glue. Jamie Broom over here in the left lane. He's going to try and take down your points leader here in bike and sled, round 1. Jamie Broom's going to lead first by just under a second. And it's going to be up to Mike Pereira to reel him in the quarter mile. This is semifinals here in bike and sled, so the winner of this is going to meet Mike Pereira in the finals. Check it out, Adam McIsaac on the Laser Lips bike in the right lane. All right, little last minute assistance to get the helmet done up there. Safety first there, or maybe second, after you do your burnout. Adam McIsaac waits patiently. Here we go. Fist bump.
All right, you haven't done that before, have you, Mike?
Stephen Winger's ready to go.
You look at the drag strip long enough, you're going to see virtually everything. Spaghetti. Get Gilbert, the gas fucking go out. So far this year. And Alex Gilbert is done. He doesn't bring home the Kevin Gilbert in the most consistent car on the property, I would say, in my opinion. That's cool. He's up there, you know him? Yeah, he's in the top. That's the Toronto Motorsports Park. Live stream on YouTube. Comment and just win tickets to the Nitro National next weekend. Johnny Brown ready for this awesome time for Ian Hill, which is time for the Asian world. It is race series.
Hey, it's all about routine on the starting line, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Alex and Jeff Gilbert's 040. That was a race won at the straight. Jeff Gilbert got it done.
Southtown Engines Firebird with Jimmy Mangov at the tiller.
Above this pair down here, third, bodies. Merrill in the left, Kelly Cooper, Firebird in the right, Gary Van Beek here in the left.
It's amazing how many parts interchange.
Yeah. Looks quite different, but under that body,
Yeah.
pretty much the same. All right, can Kelly keep it going? Or is Jerry going to put it in? Play the game at the stripe, but he can't do it. Gives up the stripe to Jerry. There was a lot there. Kelly could have got that win, but Jerry Van Beek moving on.
It's all up to you, Sue. It's all up to you, babe.
Why is she giving thumbs up?
She said it's all up to you.
Okay, fair enough. Like my dad just lost. She's down there giving thumbs up, looking all happy. It's all part of the game, folks. All right, moving into 650 Index, brought to you by ICD Insurance Brokers, round 2 as well. Sean Legg in the fast lane.
Joe Parent in the purple Mustang. Nice burnout. I love it when the smoke pours out from the tires.
Yeah, he's got his hands full with Sean Legg here. Guy showed up last race, no one's ever heard of him, and he went straight to the winner's circle. Yeah, first day. Sean Legg in the nitrous-assisted Nova. Gonna have to go through Joe Parent in the turbo-powered Mustang if he wants to go to round 3. Let's see who can get it done. Not messing around. Plays the straight. Wow, look at that. He took a lot of straight. Yes, he was.
That's cutting it close.
Hey, he'll be good for lane choice next round, most likely. So Sean Legg moving on, taking out Joe Parent.
Johnny McIntyre. Or Jimmy McIntyre, sorry. All England they call Jimmy Johnny.
Yep, recognize that stature from anywhere. Yep, big dude.
Back, I don't like where you are. Whoa, what did you do, Chris?
Just rocking the flops down there. That's a dangerous game. Yep, one I like to play myself. Yep. All right, so Jimmy Mack getting the buy run here. The broken buy, Braghamang was not able to make it after spat out his drive shaft in round 1.
Feather and cold.
Yeah, he proved that it's possible. Yeah. But he's in a different car this year, one that's a little less familiar. Yeah.
So that Brooklyn, New York, on the right-hand side. That butternut yellow machine. And the gold Mustang with the golden boy at the wheel. Courtesy staging, that's the way we play.
Both guys gonna just inch into the beams as lightly as they can. Couldn't run the number. I don't know if he was lifted. Scarlotta drives around him. What a race. 2 double-O lights. Man, Cole tried his best on that one, at least on the starting line. 7 bikes, 6-1. Murray Lunsbury over there. The bud. Hi, who's this? High 8s bikes, we're ready for you in 1 and 2. High 8s to 1 and 2 now, please. High 8s to 1 and 2. All right, Will Fogan Jr. left lane, taking on Murray Lonsbury. Team up here, Ryan Fogan on that eye-poppingly pink Hayabusa. Pepto-Bismol, that's right. And he's taking on Vasily, the Joker bike. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Let's see if Vasily will be laughing after this race. He's got a tough competitor here in Ryan. He's a lot more nitrous than he usually uses. Go to a 9-stage nitrous setup now. 9 purges for 9 stages. There you go. They're creeping the beams now, getting ready to go. Caledonia and Finland. Seems to working for him today. 022 on the tree. Ryan's 100 light. Cam McKinnon on the people eater. Once again, high 8s bikes juniors to 1 and 2 as well for your first round. Junior dragsters to 1 and 2 now, please. All right, Cam McKinnon out of Paris, Suzuki DSXR 1000, all ready to rock and roll. And rumble and race. Coming at us. Round number 1. wonder if that Corvette's a stick shift car. They all were from the factory. We'll find out. Runs pretty good. Chris Hoff, your record holder. And he takes down Jim Stefano. Normally in the mile lead. Stay in the back. The Hitman, Glenn Toby here. Chevelle SS. Taking off all more and in the radioactive Oldsmobile. Glenn Toby is tough competition no matter what class he's in. But Paul has been making big improvements in this Oldsmobile. Let's see if he can take down the Hitman. On the tree, 7-0 with a 5. What a great job there. He would have had his hands full. Glenn Toby doing his favorite thing in the whole world, going red, going on the trailer. All right, here comes our next one. Getting the whole shot victory is Brendan Meisner. 018 on the tree, 707, beats a 114 and a 702. Out of Burford, the one guy who probably doesn't need an extra test pass, but he's getting one here. The model of perfection right there. Spinelli. Speedy guy coming up. He gets the buy apparently. Speedy Pete, I think he was detailing. Number one qualifier. Coming at you, IC Insurance Broker 750. We got the Killer B, Jason Jean up here in the left lane. Big Block Chevrolet powered second gen, taking on Michael DeMarco in the 2018 Camaro. undefeated, lifetime undefeated, never lost a drag race here in the right lane. It's Ryden Reed in the 54 Prefect. Can he keep his winning streak alive? Can he beat Jordan Daniels again? We'll have to see. Jordan Daniels was kind of all over the place in qualifying. We'll have to see if they got that thing reeled into the 7.0 index, the 750 rather. He does. Jordan Daniels takes down your class leader, Bryden Reed, and leads on to the finals of 750 index. That's moving us right into high 8 spikes. Looks like we got a bunch of our juniors there. Thank you very much for bringing them up in a timely manner. Guys, you are on standby. Easy Street guys, you are on standby. We're going to do time for pro qualifying round 2. So Easy Street, you are on standby. In the meantime, we got Mike Shaw down here. Just saw his wife take the L. Mike's got a fire on it, so he'll be moving on. Rough run there for Mike. 11:51. That is Mikey's number one qualifying pass. But luckily he's on a bye run, so he's still moving on.
I hear the sound of one-cylinder alcohol-fed top dragsters. Props to the kids, that's for sure. Round number one.
there. All right, so you got a new closest drag race. That was like the difference. Margin of difference, 0.00009. Holy smokes. It was so close that I was rather confused looking at the time. Here in round number 1 of Junior Dragster. 19 cars in the class. Madison Circle. That's in 011. That's no good there. Up next, Emma J. Bacart and Jacob Pimentel. Almost a full second difference in the dial. Girl balls here in 11. Yep, so correction, we have Rob Galati's spec car, just Dylan Stevens' spec car we were looking for, just Dylan Stevens. Unable to start down here behind the burnout box. We got a whole crew of dudes working on it. One guy's running.
Zilla heading towards the Stacey Boost, and Little Big Daddy, Carter Daniels. This ought to be a good matchup. Oh yeah. 600 Sivers in the dial, pretty much a heads up run. Carter Daniels is usual 790. Lindsay goes 796. Just like it always is in Canada, heads up.
Yeah, the King is killing it today, I have to say. Dennis McCart down there. I want to give a big thank you for helping us get our scraper straightened out. Thank you very much. 121 light was better than Ella's 176. Gets it done at the top end. Here we go, one last junior left, and it is your number one qualifier, Mrs. Triple Zip, Addison Callisto. Crosstown Engines, easy street. Crosstown Engines, easy street. That round wraps up our first and, in some classes, second round of sportsman eliminations. Means we got the pros coming up next. So just a bit of track prep here before Easy Street, folks. Be a good time to head over to Slick's Bar and grab a drink, or maybe the award-winning food booth. If you love pickles, you gotta go there. Buy anything and put pickles on it. Doesn't even matter what it is. Poutine with pickles. Number 2, Matt Glassford improves his time as well, 4:53. Man, what a tight field we got here in Easy Street. I'm loving it. Pro Bike, we're looking for you guys. Final call for Pro Bike in 3 and 4 now, please. Pro Bike, the 3 and 4. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. X275 coming at you. This class is famous across all of North America. A lot of super quick X275 cars down in the States. guys running 4:04 15 lane. In the left lane, turbo LS powered 2-edge Mustang. Absolutely gorgeous example of one. A lot of custom work done on that car to make it as pretty as it is. In the right lane is Joseph Vandenhurst. We finally know his name. Owner of Mr. Trailers and owner of that absolutely gorgeous low 69. 1028 over there in the right lane. What a beautiful car. Tyler, we've seen him lay down insanely quick passes before. If he can get that thing past the 60 foot, that Mustang will be gone. In the right lane for Joseph Vandenhurst going to number 1. Tyler Cranendock right there behind him, 449. That was interesting there. You heard Tyler. Joseph was taking a sweet time bumping in. Tyler actually got out of it, got back into it, and still laid down a nice pass. That's unreal. Mental fortitude on that guy. Amazing. Here we go, our second pair in X275. Couple of bad box bodies. Eric Phillips in the close lane, taking on Corrado Ventimillo or not. All right, folks, keep your eyes on the black box body in the left lane. This car likes to put on a show every which way it can. Corrado backing up the kryptonite Mustang, nice and slow. All right, we're looking for Street 275. I'm calling you. Street 275 for the lanes now, please. Street 275 for lanes 3 and 4 now. Go. Let's see if they tuned the suspension a little bit on that Mustang in the left lane. Tried to put her on the bumper last round. Corrado laid down a 464 on his last pass. He's put a 10.5 off number 1 and number 2. Let's see if either of these guys can reel it in. Bit of a staging valve here. Nobody wants to be the first to go through. Eric Phillips, look at that pass, 459. The adjustments worked out there for Mr. Phillips. He's moving into the number 3 spot. Corrado stays number 4. all the way from Buffalo, New York. That's going to move us into Pro Bike. Coming up in Pro Bike, Landon Swain on the tower side. Swain goes up, tests the pavement. Red one there, that's right. Short wheelbase bike from 5 and 6 now, please. Short wheelbase bike from 5. Taking on the Turbo DSXR 1000 of Landon Swain. JP did not get a time on his first run. Landon Swain is number 1 currently with a 7:16 and 2:02. Love the deuce. Turns on the air ball for the shifter. Always a good idea. I don't mind. Here we go. Second qualifier. Toronto Motorsports Pro Bike. All right, top off lid on this side. Comes JP. Almost ready. Look at Landon Swain, picks up some more. 7:13 at 2:02. Once again, for Landon. Lanes from the last time they ran each other. David Rigo, tower side of Cayuga, Ontario, takes a Suzuki GSX 1300R up against the bridge. RCC turbos and Gulf fuel sponsors, Green Machine in the right lane. Hurry up and wait. At 200 miles an hour for Brant Ross. He's going straight to the number 1 spot. Perfect. First man in the 6s here this weekend. And here could be the second. Vasily at his usual spot. You've heard of backup girls. Really? Mike approves. Just gonna put some flowers on him or something. Needs to show more skin. Show more skin. No, I don't think so. No. Stop it. It's the loudest I've heard Double B laugh in a long time. All right, here we go. He shows them what the tire pressure is. Is that okay? No, a little less. Hypercritical. The launch of these machines. If he gets it off and gets it smoothly, start going through the gears. Before you know it, the end of the track is here, and there's a farm, a road, and all kinds of stuff. Here we go. Check it out. 692 at 170. He was out of it. Big time. Still was out of it. Still was 692. 82. That was an 85 run right there. 210. That bike usually backdoors. Joe Vano, 5-0 Warriors coming up next. And got a carbon fiber of the world. Do two things at once, stuff his face and still work the job. Way to go, Shipmeister. I swear, we get 2 more of him, we can fire all the rest of them, myself included. Get in and out. Billy Goodell and his blue bomber. Fast Jack over there. Andrew over there. Look at the pump. Laid back in the fertile mind. Yeah, dropped the pace. Trent at the 540.
Wow.
No improvement there.
You're gonna calm that Mustang down and put some wheelie bars on it.
Super Street, we're looking for you. Super Street to 7 and 8 now, please. Super Street, the lanes 7 and 8 now.
Louis Galvale, there we go, Cambridge, taking his licensing passes now. B at a later date. These bikes down here now, the only fan special on the tower side. Shannon, I believe it's Mickey, you're so fine. Afternoon.
Here's LS slightly better, 51 with a 4. Jay Gallant with the 51 with a 5. Put themselves in the number 2 and 3 qualifier positions respectively. But that sure sounded like it. Small block Chevrolet is the left lane. Okay. Turbocharged. All right, folks, we're ready for 450 index and 550 index. 450 index to 3 and 4 now, please, and 550 index to 5 and 6.
All right, the beautiful butternut yellow Deuce with the full patina, I'm guessing, on the fender, or is that real? Stephalet coming up now. Tower side, GP racing fuel plant.
Sponsored by All-in-One Auto, Priority Collision, and Fuel Cap. Bob Wade is sponsored by his wallet. Is back at the wallet. Caught him? 247 in that forever. Right, but now, 427 small block.
Mike's been spinning to win down there in the right lane. Get that Mustang hooked up.
Used to be a pretty consistent car, if I recall. He ran it in a slower class, I believe.
Yeah. Even have put the turbo on.
Why not? You only live once. Put a turbo on. Another terrifying. Look at their times, they're identical all the way down. Well, yeah, that's unreal. Look at that.
Graziano goes to 28. Thompson goes to 9.
58, 26. Doug Reed, Mr. I'm going to move from my slow class to one of the faster classes and not scare myself. Picked up 2 seconds. 2 seconds, that's a lot. Hey, crazy. Yes. Exactly. All right, almost staged up. Mustang.
Not a bad spot to be. They're going to be swinging for the fences on their last qualifier.
Cheers. Good turnout for that class.
That Datsun was yearning for the center line that night.
Yeah. He was on a hunt. Power
Pano is rolling slow down there.
Yeah.
See some brake lights on.
Just the internet. I had to. Like so there was at one point I guess.
See if you can get a refire down there. I think he did. A big puff of smoke out the pipes. Yeah, got the EPO moving once again.
Because it's in the sun.
If they want to do this all the time, they're just gonna fucking summer Sterling for it.
That's what.
As Rob was saying, the track is getting hot.
Starlink.
Pounding on it for hours. But most likely this will be similar conditions.
Yeah, he's got like
What I-
1, 2, 3,
It's all valuable data. Even if you can't make it fast. Slick bar, don't forget about slick bar, far side of the track. Looks like there's a couple open spots, but it's filling up over there. If you want the best seat in the house and a drink to go with it, Slick Bar is your destination.
Sign that boy up. Here we go. IROC, International Race of Champions. That was a great series when it first started, but as often happens.
See if Mr. Stevens can hook it up here. He ran a 460 on his last pass. So we know. Oh, shut off.
Take it easy, so everybody's looking sort of concerned. Even Iron Mike made a move. Alright, we're just waiting on the news from the starting line, whether Dylan can get that thing fired or gonna have to push it back. Fire in the hole. Oh. Blew his hat off. 54 and a whole shot victory.
Nice passes
For
there.
Boogie Man, Davey. Here comes Rapid Randy Hodges out of O'Hara's Trucking, Hodge Race Engine. Another racer's racers will race anybody, anywhere, anytime, or anything.
550 coming at us now. Another class front to the 5.
Thank you, Pat. Whoa, Fletcher's coming up with the Fletcher Racing Cobra Jet, one of many. Ernie Graziano, Kohler side, must have got his thermostat housing. Here he is, folks.
Get the shine on those rims on that IROC.
Wow.
Time polishing them bad boys up.
Another international racing champions, or there's other things that should be enacted.
5:59 for Ernie Graziano. Graziano.
Graziano.
Prince Valley up here. Dan Martin, Mr. Clean A to B, 654.
Wow, getting into some track prep before.
Yeah, Bill Riddle in the right lane up there. Burnout, he's going to be lining up with Bill Riddle.
Little Ricky Carlo is going into the water bar sound and see we can't lose that old show. Oh, you like it?
that thing. Juniors, we are looking for you guys for round 2 and round 1 of contests. Up in the right lane, it's Jake Blaine. Keep your eyes on this Mustang. That pass he made last round was absolutely bonkers. Still not over. Just hanging the front tires at 700 feet, probably 15 rear tires on the finish line. More than enough. That made my whole weekend right there. There's a tail lane. More over Richie in the left lane, way down to very nice 410. Previous round, he's looking to get it from 4 O's here. Awesome. All right, Wayne, inching that S550 up. Here comes Carl for Richie in the beautiful 69. Here we go, folks. Got that thing all the way to the center line.
Got out of it in time. Didn't get a time.
No time there for Jake. He didn't feel like waiting for Morrow to get that last bump in. Down there in the right lane, getting that absolutely gorgeous 69 backed up. Desserts Plus sponsored machine. Nash competition, small block Chevrolet under the hood. Small block visors. Custom engine.
Alright, rolling it into the beams in the right hand, the Shaper specialized lubricant lane. Tony Pacelli out of Woodbridge, Ontario. Tank amount at 28, 496. Timing block or two.
Yeah, he took out the mile an hour and he keep block down.
Yeah, that's what happens. Thankfully he was on a signal.
Yeah, 413 crossing the center line. kind of fun to do. Jumping. Our favorite guy, Sean Lake down there. 650 index, IC 650. Semi-final coming at you. Another 3-car semi, so who is going to meet Chris Carlotta? Beautiful around there for Toronto Motorsports sponsored. Mustang in the left. The Nova, the kids are 73 Chevy Nova, 111 Super 15. Really buzz up the back, set up and fly. Exactly as he said. And he's going to meet the boogeyman, the executioner, and all of that. Chris Carlotta, the villain of 650. The butternut yellow rally. That'll be a first time match. I think it's something like, I don't know. Back up and go. Need to get him. Logan Jr. in the left lane, taking on Cam McKinnon. Who's going to the finals against the Silly? "777" is the number. You'll roll up onto the good glue, stop there, and then back it up into good glue. And when I say good glue that has been already driven over. And then they'll slowly bring it back into the glue,
And this thing should stick and go. I love the way the transmission, when you launch the suspension thing, when it works, you can see it pressing down and it works. Oh, there's some nitrous. Close to a 777.
All right, juniors, we want you guys again. To the lane. go. I hear a blower down there. Yep, that's Brandon Silva. Whistling his way through the burnout box. These are your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers respectively at this point. That last number 1 with the 3, and behind 5, race number 2, day number 1. Edmund Green, Rochester, New York. Cayuga, Kohler Road. Pontiac. Very, very therapeutic to do them or to watch them.
Yeah, your first one is a little stressful, but
Yep, figure it out. Once you figure it out, you will.
tires were free, they were a lot cheaper.
Don't be the Craig Aikens of the world. But he remains dead last for qualifier with that 468 at 145. Bible Warriors. 275 coming at you here. Last qualifier for these guys. Joseph Vanderhurt coming out of Brantford with a beautiful Colorado, Lentinado, there we go. Alright, so Joseph goes over into the good groove and then back into the groove.
Koeman will back him up. Okay. Where? Oh, I think he heard me. That's why he's here.
Joseph gets their first 4:45 to Coronado's 4:63.
Coming up now, he's here to go from Tower side of the track for great headwind, that's the wind blowing all back around the car. So all you started was just getting some excellent photographs. Okay, here we go. Back to Tyler Spanadon. Well, I'm going to make the call for Street 275. Street 275, E3 and 4 now. Street 275. Final qualifier. We are ready. Tyler Spanadon with Hugo and Spa there. Built this car in their garage. Going candlelight. No. Eric Phillips on the other side. Saw he changed his east a little bit on the last pass. Down there. 59. I know Tyler's got a lot more than that Mustang. 449. Runs it out to a 483 at 164. Eric Phillips coasts down to a 9 flat at 65. Good on the burnout there for maybe this time. Redo it.
and moving towards the wall is a bad combination, so maybe wisely lips. Saves the car for another pass. And he's getting seat time. That's what's important.
Here we have Landon Swain and David Regal. Landon's done pretty good success.
First 707 to 201 and off pace 393 for David Rego.
Yep, so that 7.0 improvement that I talked about for Landon, he gets there. So great pass, 201 mile an hour. David's still struggling.
JB Calandra and Jesse Van Bettelum coming up now.
On his last pass after aborting. He just did that. Full 80 hit. This is gonna fly. With a 79 that pass. here. I don't know if you're up there or not, but I'm hearing rumors. Don't get all backed up. 503. Super Street. We are looking for Super Street to lane 7 and 8 now, please. Super Street to lanes 7 and 8 now.
Go 905 Warriors continues. Jack Vanderweel coming up now. Let's see what this Malibu.
40 range. Making his 330 hit right there. Nicely done. Super Street, the lane 7 and 8 out, please. Super Street. 546. That's good for this Gallant. James Mitchell though laying down at 52, and that's only good enough for 10th qualifying. Over there, it's Steph Malay. Steph Malay out of Niagara Falls. Likes just down the road, a 3-iron or 3-wood away. Chevy with a turbo and that white Stang. All right, Steph's gone under his first 2 passes. Let's see if he can get back. Here, as always, he's reaching 75 or 60. Wait, no, this is. Day's getting late. My brain is getting good. Phil Sampson up here in the left lane, 2011 Chevrolet Camaro, powered by a Turbo LS. In the right lane, that's Papa. Your mama. Oh, I'm so messed up, dude. Oh, we're even. I'm not related to the dude. Super Wallaceburg, Yidney, Joe Vano sponsor machine. You got another sponsor in there too, don't you?
Quality Auto.
Quality Auto. Big time under there. He must have went shallow, I bet you. Good speed too. Yeah, that's 25. 5. Playing havoc. Sean Devine also fine over there in that beautiful Nova. Wayne looks up down there and does a little checking of the tire temperature.
I didn't see Wayne last time. I'm wondering where he was.
It's too big to lurk in the shadows, huh, man? E.J. Govia coming up now on the tower side out of Dundalk, not Dundas, Dundalk. Sponsors on the list, but I can see a Tune by Easy and a Hutchins transmission sticker on the scope plate there. John Devine's got all sorts of stickers on the back end of that helmet. Alright, taking their time getting that stage. What are you gonna do? Oh, we're not running. Single pass. Some leakage on the line there. Cleaned up. So the Max Waddle sponsored Nova out of Mississauga will get a freebie. There you go, 53. Doesn't improve, but he's in a nice spot for eliminations tomorrow. Will a 3-point turn be enough? Three-point turn, you made it. Move us into our next pair. We got Trevor Snyder in the close lane taking on Phil Scarlato. Check out the power. Yeah, straight from both the cars. Yeah, wider straight from the Camaro. Great pace. 8 for Trevor Snyder puts us right into the number 1 spot. Trevor Snyder, number 1 qualifier so far. Bill Scarlatta went under. Away. Oh no, number 2. Sorry, folks. Trevor Snyder's number 2. I forgot Bill Scarlatta. Did a better pass earlier. Yes, how could I forget? Rob Wayne coming out of Windsor with the deuce on the sour side. Doug Reed coming out of Sharpston. They have a beat. Which lake is that on, Rob? The lake that goes over there. That one. Here's the stereo, isn't it, dude? Everybody's crazy. We're looking for 450 index and 550 index, please. 450 and 550 index in your respective lanes now. Thank you very much. Yep, so this is a standby call for juniors, junior Coffee, and 7-0 guys. Start getting ready. We're almost at the tail end of this pro session here. You get you guys. 563. That's got to be maybe the highest few weeks today. Maybe. It's up there anyway. Party. That's number 1. Nice burnouts up there. Hano Morris rolled out farther, so he went. Dylan Stevens getting pushed back. I'm not sure if that's he's done or. Let's see, depends on how far they push this thing. Any further than right about here, and I would say they are done. That's no good for Mr. Stevens. Had to abort the last pass as well. Unfortunate. Stevens and Daldo Racing Team. Second burnout, and on there. Tower, big block Chevrolet with a whole bunch of nitrous stuff into it. What's the nitrous going over the roof? So an improvement up to third qualified position for Pano. Puts himself right in the middle of the pack.
Insurance Brokers 450 final round qualifier.
too quick. 4:48, he's trying to improve. Mike Valvasori stays second with his 4:60. 1/10 off the dial. He hit the tree though, 0:10. That moved us into 550 index. Once again, ICD Insurance Brokers. And my eyes don't deceive me. Slapping Randy Hodges coming around a bit.
5:48.
No good.
No good. Yeah.
right, one last track prep. All right, so we're looking for our 6.0 and 650 finalists, 777 bikes, looking for you guys as well, along with 750 and high 8s. 6.0, 650, 777. Okay, I'm getting a little behind myself. So 7.0 guys, whenever you guys have your cars pulled off, bring those things back up. Again, we're just calling everybody. Calling everybody. Jake Wayne, people racing, didn't think about racing Carlos, is the little racing Carlos. Heads up, full 10, 5, all fun, round number 3. And Jake Wayne laid down one of the most insane drag racing passes I've ever seen in my life here. A little bit burned down on the street, at a time. Carlos Marley, turn 6, number 5, full 23. Great. Back tires. Big block. Nice assist in the right lane. Carlos 418 breaks her into the teens at 178. Jake Blaine hanging the front hoops once again, 417 at 187. So they back up their previous pass. Man, that Mustang is wild. Identical reaction time, almost identical ET. Jake Blaine got there for 7,000ths of a second. That would have been a crazy drag race. Once again, all finalists, rest in competition, we are ready for you. Just finalists, so wherever you can fit in, run you when we got you. 287 inches of dune and Hemi under the hood, a couple of turbos strapped on for good measure. Got the soft top on there. Over his best run of a 410, but it's consistent. It's going A to B. Pacelli's going to be the last man. He could light the world on fire with a 3-second pass right here, right now. He could do it. Small block twin turbo combination. Here we go. Coasting to a 426 at 144 for Tony. 108. All right, high H bikes coming at you, folks. Final round right here. Landon Swain of Fort Stanley on the tower side, and Mike Ferrer out of the Stony Creek part of the world. Index these guys are running on. We've seen Mike Ferrer today consistently going deep over there in the right lane and cut great lights because of it. Landon's going to have to chop down the tree if he wants a chance at taking down Mike Ferrer on the Amazon Primer bike. Here we go, high H bikes, final round coming at you for the money, the big check, and all the champions. On the 90. Seven bikes in the burnout box now. Check it out. Vasily in the tower side on the Joker bike. Taking on Will Hogan Jr. over there in a beautiful red Hayabusa. Who do you think's gonna win? All right, we got one for Vasilia. Just roasting the tire off the back there, real low. Vasily does his patented roll up out of the groove. Here we
wasn't over. What a rally there was. Not yellow, the other one. Black.
Greg bumps in, here comes Scarlotta. Nice and slow. Top end, and it's going to be Scarlotta playing the game as he does. Chris Scarlotta is your winner in ICD Insurance Brokers 650. 010 on the tree, running a 655 with a 5. Sean Legg wasn't bad. 010. Saturday of race 2 at Canada Heads Up, brought to you by Priority Collision and O'Hara Farms. Junior Conti final coming up next. Who's going to be the winner of the losers?